I would like to call the Novi Board of Education regular meeting to order. Tonight is June 9th, and we have green cards in the back. I see quite a few people have already filled them out and given them to Sheila. So if you have a green card, or if you'd like to speak, please fill that out and get that sent up here to the table. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If I can get a motion for approval of the agenda.
So moved.
We have
Support.
recommended by Mr. Smith and supported by Mrs. Roney. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 7-0. We have our opportunity for comments from the audience this evening. Individuals who wish to address the board must identify themselves, their address, and any organization they may represent. The board and individual board members will not directly respond to comments or questions that arise during public participation portion of the meeting. Individuals who wish to address the board shall direct their comments to the entire board and not to individual board members, the superintendent, other school district employees, or members of the audience. Behavior that is intemperate, abusive, defamatory, or discourteous, or that otherwise interferes with the orderly conduct and timely completion of the board's work at this meeting is strictly prohibited. Mr. Cook?
Ann Stegler.
Again, this is where I go. I'm Ann Steglish. I'm here tonight because I'm a volunteer with AFS USA. I'm the Metro Detroit coordinator and have been that since 1994. AFS has been around for a long time, since 1947, where American Field Service, a lot of you must know, we're one of the larger programs, and we're run by volunteers in every neighborhood. I live in Birmingham, but I'm here tonight representing two Novi families. One family hosted until COVID came and had to send their child home. And the other family is a new family. Both have been in contact with me for the last 2 years wanting to host. I was told by the superintendent's office that Novi School will not accept State Department J1 students this fall. And I'm wondering, the district did accept these students 2 years ago until COVID came in. And since I've been here since 1994, they have offered places for kids all over those years. I want to know why the district office won't accept J1 students this year, because Novi's accepting F1 students this year. Our students have good English skills. I know that you asked the school district, the high school counselor that I worked with, she and he both have asked for really top English-speaking kids. We've always provided that for you. These kids participate in school activities, whether it be sports or clubs or the harder classes, and they're an asset to your school. Thank you for letting me speak about what I'd like, what my wishes are. I need a response as soon as possible, because neither the student or the host family can be in contact with each other without a school placement. And I think you as the superintendent, I think you do understand all this. I know that Troy schools have partnered with us for years, and we do the State Department scholarships. So I would like a response sometime, hopefully before June, so that the families can choose a child. I haven't, last year I gave them a child, the one family that wanted.
Sorry,
wanted a repeat host family because they lost their child during
we have a
COVID, and they had to
3-minute
send her
limit,
home.
ma'am.
What?
There's a 3-minute limit.
Oh,
to the
sorry.
time. Sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks,
thank
Ann.
you.
We'll make sure that Dr. Matthews communicates with you and then also has communication with the board regarding your request. Thank you for being here tonight. Next, Mr. Cook.
Dewan?
Good evening, Board. Dewan Woods of Berkshire Point neighborhood. I'm actually here to communicate what I think is an exceptional example of what this community represents, and the talent that it's produced. This afternoon, one of the distinguished alum from our district, valedictorian from the high school, Google executive, actually he's the one that developed the Chromebook, and he's now at a startup, had a chance to meet with administration today and express excitement over his experience in the high school and the changes that are developing, his excitement to get involved and support this district, his excitement over the process of us having a new superintendent, an exceptional superintendent, and his acknowledgement that he wants to get other alumni involved. Now, in the conversation with him, one of the things I asked him is, has he been following the school board meetings? Has he been following the press? Has he been following what's been happening? His response is no. But he'd like to get involved and keep looking towards what this search process is going to unfold and start paying attention starting today. So my question is, as we have an opportunity to begin the superintendent search process, we have an expert who's leading the search process. We have a real moment in time where we can touch, connect, reestablish relationships with some of our most accomplished alumni for support, for engagement, for involvement. And this opportunity and moment is for us to take advantage of. I'm not going to go into great detail. I'll let administration share whatever they feel comfortable sharing. But this individual wanted to also provide some very expensive software, hardware, and strategic conversations to help Novi stay on top as one of the districts that they're doing a pilot project with. So I'd also say one last thing before my time runs up. I'm proud of this moment as a parent to be able to be involved, and I hope that everyone here today, everyone listening, sees this as a moment for us to all lean in and make sure from today on we ensure that we have the best leadership, superintendent, curriculum director, and whoever we hire to lead this district going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Mr. Cook?
Jason?
Good evening, Board. Jason Mishner, Novi resident. So first, congratulations are in order for Dr. Kinzer in getting a promotion to superintendent of Mason School District. We'll miss you. I know your commute will be much improved though. Also, congratulations to Danny Taylor at Deerfield Elementary for pulling off the first field day in 2 years. The last time I got to go to my son's field day was 2019. That's crazy. But congratulations to him and all the other faculty and staff that pulled off field day for our kids. It was fantastic. So tonight, it's kind of weird because we're speaking so early, so hopefully what I'm about to say is redundant and you'll talk more about it. But first, the oath and the code of conduct. I'm hoping that the code of conduct is clarified whether or not that is officially in, the procedures. I assume since it's in the packet, it's something all board members inherently have to follow, whether or not it's signed or not. But I would like to hear if we can get some clarity on that, since the oath portion is in there. That detail would be nice to know. As far as the DEI committee goes, I really was hoping to see the presentation that was at the committee meeting in the packet for myself and the community to review on the diversity of books after we finished our book audit of our media centers. But hopefully that'll be presented tonight, and maybe that can be put in the minutes for the community to review at a later date. And then the finance committee, there was a really robust discussion on where we are with the bonds, and I went back and realized we haven't had a bond presentation since December of last year. And there was some discussion about a $3 million shortfall, about what we had planned and where we're at. So nobody's fault. You know, costs have gone up because of COVID and all kinds of labor and material shortages around the world. It's a reality that needs to be addressed, but I'd love to see it addressed here at the board meeting in the public to get public input. Because there were some interesting discussions about, you know, whether we continue to put money into the amazing athletic structure that we're still in the works of planning, but won't go up until 2025, at the expense of removing some of the updates we were going to do to the elementary schools. And I feel like a conversation now is pertinent, because if we're going to revamp, you know, like bathroom facilities, carpet, stuff in the elementary schools, which I feel are needed, that probably would want to get done over the summertime, so the time would be now. So I'm hoping the board can walk and chew gum at the same time and do the superintendent search and handle this very important distribution of bond funds at the same time. And with that, leading into that, the superintendent search. So I implore you guys to take as much time as you need tonight to make the best decision for our kids and our district going forward. As evidence of the person sitting at the table, your decision could impact decades worth of children's education and could have a positive impact on how the school is viewed in our nation and in our city, and also whether or not we continue to be a center of excellence. So please view over the candidates carefully. Make sure you select well for our students and our parents and our community. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Jason.
Thank you, Jason.
Sorry.
Betsy?
He's not saying anyone's.
Good evening, everyone. Betsy Bodwine, live in Village Oaks. Okay, so there's a lot of really important stuff going on. I'll try to be as quick as I can. It's not my strong suit, though. My apologies. Their discussion tonight, I think, is going to be including the questions that you guys will be using to interview the superintendent. And I would like to encourage you all to make sure that we are inquiring about that person's DEI work. I would like to know what they have done to hire more candidates of color, how they have impacted DEI work positively in a demonstrable way, and not just like I support DEI, but like an actual plan and ideas. I think that's really important. We have a very diverse district, and it's critical that all of those people are included. Additionally, I understand that, my apologies, Mr. Kinzer, congratulations, Dr. Kinzer, appreciate it. I'm really excited for you, and I know we mentioned a few months ago that we were hearing rumblings that this might be happening, and I just wanted to also mention that I'm hearing similar rumblings about close to a dozen of our administrators at this point, and I would encourage all of you to make sure that you reach out to the admin team and secure them and make sure that they know that you want them to stay, and do whatever needs to be done to make that happen. Having an all-new cabinet may be something that's in our future here, and I'd really like to not have our building principals and other administrators also evacuating the scene. Additionally, we talked a few weeks back about replacing Dr. Weber with an assistant superintendent and then 2 director positions was the recommendation. I believe that we have now narrowed that down to we will be adding 1 director position. I'm not sure if that has to do with being over budget on the bond or if there's something else going on, but I do think we need to evaluate how we're going to make this work with brand new staff all over the place, and also being kind of shorthanded seems pretty negative. So I do think we need to make sure at least some of the positions coming up into the superintendent cabinet are internally hired. I know we have at least 1 more opportunity to do that, possibly 2 from what I can hear. And I'd like to really make sure we have some institutional knowledge at that table, because there's a lot that happens in this district that outside people just wouldn't know about. And I think it's important that that's preserved if possible. Mr. Missioner mentioned Field Day, and I wanted to also give a shout out to the team at Village Oaks. They did an awesome job considering they still do not have a playground for this whole year. They had Field Day on a little bit of grass and some concrete, and they made it work. So wonderful innovation there. They did an awesome job. Fun new games, kids had a blast, and excited to be back from that part of COVID. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Betsy.
Ava? Sure.
short 3 minutes.
I apologize.
No worries.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name's Ava Sharma. I'm a private math tutor, and I wanted to come here and address the board and tell you guys about a course that I've put together for students and see if it will be something of interest to Novi schools. So I work with students and, struggling students in math, and what I've realized is, when students do poorly in math, there are two factors that come into play. There's the effort that they're putting in, and then there is their natural aptitude. And a lot of the instruction that we give and teaching and everything, including tutoring, that really helps with their natural aptitude, but it really doesn't do much for their motivation and their effort that they put in. And so that's kind of what my course is for. It's for, that little gap right there, the actual motivation. And so it's kind of like a motivational speaker, except instead of a one-time thing, it's spread out over the span of 10 weeks. And they get about 20 to 30 minutes of motivational speaking, but also just a discussion and helping them to become, to get all the tools that they need for math specifically. So, and it's also geared towards unmotivated students. So if this is something that would interest you, I have some information on it. There are certain things about it that are very different in that, let's say, like the philosophy behind it is about, instead of helping students get an A in math, it's about helping them to uncover their potential in math. And so that's there's a slight difference there. But I think that it would be really beneficial. I know that Novi District, you guys have really great scores in math, so I don't think it's as needed here, but I know that within every school there are these students that are just struggling, and it's really empowering for them to learn that they can turn a weakness into a strength, and that's really what I've seen when I've helped my students with this. It's it really does wonders for their confidence. So that's everything I wanted to say.
Thank you, and if you can share that information with Sheila Holly back there, she'll make sure that the administrative team and cabinet gets that and shares that with the Board of Education.
Okay, Jeff?
Good evening. My name is Jeff Nielsen, and I reside in Grass Lake, Michigan. I have a current relationship with Novi Schools. I'm a vice president for Aetna, one of your mental health and wellness providers, but tonight I'm here in a personal capacity. I want to thank the board starting for your service the past 2.5 years. It's been tremendously difficult. As a former board member here in Novi, I can appreciate how tough your job has been. It was tough when I was on the board over a decade ago, and I can't imagine what it's been like for you the past 2 years. So thank you for continuing to serve. I'm the proud parent of 2 Novi graduates. As I said, I was a board member serving with Mrs. Murphy. I've been on the Novi Educational Foundation serving with Mr. Smith. I have been at lots of athletic events and other school activities with Mrs. Roney and Mr. Mina, and appreciate that. I was the president of the Band Boosters, serving with Mrs. Hood, go band, and I did not have the pleasure of working with Mrs. Ruskin or Mr. Cook, but I appreciate what you've done. I am here this evening to thank Dr. Steve Matthews, Dr. R.J. Weber, and Dr. Gary Kinzer. They're friends of mine. And I appreciate their passion, their professionalism, their knowledge, and their commitment to Novi schools. I appreciate them bringing Playworks to Novi. As a past board chair for Playworks here in Michigan, you bringing Playworks in and giving that to your kids meant a ton to me. I want to thank you all for your compassion, your empathy, your dedication, and your dedication to a lifelong learning, your commitment to social justice and equity, and your inclusion for all students and all families who make up this great community of Novi. I've been gone for 6 years, but I'm back a lot, and it means a lot to me what you've all done to continue the great legacy of Novi schools. Each of you have made Novi Community Schools a better place, as you will make Rockford and Northville and Mason and those school communities a better place for their students and their families and their staff. So I congratulate you tonight, I thank you, and I wish each one of you the best of luck in the next part of your journey. And I appreciate the opportunity to be here to speak to the board tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Mr. Cook?
That's it?
That is all. Okay, do we have anyone else? I don't want to leave anyone out. Okay, seeing none, we will move on to board communication. Any board members have anything that they'd like to share? Mrs. Brody?
The only thing I would like to share in the tragedy of Uvalde in Texas is to remind parents and everyone here that you can go to the Novi Police Department and they will give you a gun lock for free. That's free. So please, keep your weapons stored properly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Roney. Any other board communication?
Mrs. Mark, can I talk about what we just went to?
Sure, that'd be great. It was such
So we
a
just were
pleasant
at the, it was a great experience. Every year, it's one of just the
our
best.
favorites.
Yes, so we were at the adult ed graduation ceremony, so it's students that have struggled maybe in a regular traditional school environment or had their education interrupted by a life event or something else. And we got to go over and watch, I don't know how many graduates there were. There were a lot this year. though.
28.
Thank you. 28 graduates this year walk across the stage and receive their diplomas. And the excitement, not just from them, but from the people that supported them through that process it's tangible when you're there. And it was a great event, and really appreciate that this board and our administration is so supportive of continuing to offer that. I think it's really valuable, not just to this community, but to the greater community at large, because so many community ed programs have shut down their adult eds in recent years. So as a result, we've kind of benefited from that, quite honestly, because the adult ed program does draw from other districts and other places. And, I think one year we had somebody that drove all the way from Howell just because she wanted an in-person experience. So anyways, congratulations to all our 2022 Novi Adult Ed graduates. 35. Oh,
35 were listed in the program.
Oh, okay. 28 walked across the stage, I
There we
think.
go.
But anyways, it was a great event. 35, but I knew it was a lot this year, quite a few more than other years, and I wondered
yeah.
if that maybe had a little bit to do with the
Delay from COVID.
delay from COVID and some of the challenges that presented. If that didn't increase the enrollment over there a little bit, but yeah, great event. Really fantastic to see these people all work so hard to get something that, I think many of us just take for granted, getting a high school diploma. It just doesn't seem like something that, it just seems like something we take for granted, and these people don't. And it just reminds me every year how important that is. So anyways, that's it.
Thank you. Mr. Smith?
Listening to Bobby talk about that and listening to Jeff's remarks, it's good to see you again, buddy. I want to, publicly announce that I'm happy to report that Jason Smith has worked with me over the last few months in an unofficial capacity and recently has joined the Friends of Novi Schools, which is a new group that's designed and built and created to support mental health, safety, and well-being for our students and our community. As Mary Ann talked about Uvalde, if you did any research on any school shooting, especially in the last 10 to 12 years, I think you could trace a lot of those reasons back to mental health, almost exclusively. And it's something that doesn't get talked about much, whether you have a child in your family that might be engaged in self-harm, or just thoughts that aren't positive or constructive, or you're worried just about the safety of kids in the schools in general. I think attention can be spent and money can be spent in increasing awareness, in providing support, and providing education and solutions for the children and staff and community members that are suffering with that. So the Friends of Novi Schools is doing a soft launch. We've got the support of many in the district, and I'll fill you guys in on more of those things as we prepare for kind of an official launch in the fall of 2022. I also want to compliment Kim St. Clair, who just walked in. You know, you guys couldn't see it, but for where I'm sitting, I could see that, well, one of the reasons that the event is, I think, very well attended and enjoyed at the transition or the alternative high school is the food that's laid out afterwards. Delicious sandwiches and cheese tortellinis and fresh fruit and veggie deep crudité, whatever the fancy food, crudité, but good fancy stuff. And I asked Kim if there was gonna be any food left over and what was gonna happen to it. She said, well, unfortunately, we'll probably have to throw it away. And as some of you know, at least most of us at this table will be sticking around for a few hours tonight with John's help to begin the work for the superintendent search. And Kim was kind enough to make 3 different trips from her vehicle down the stairs with full arms, loading up the refrigerator so all of us would have something to refresh ourselves with in 2 or 3 hours when the time is right, because we can't order pizza. So Kim, I want to compliment you and the work you do with Chuck Wells and taking care of all of our kids, and tonight taking care of us. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Any other board communication? We had the opportunity to go to graduation for our high school last week, which was fantastic at Eastern Michigan. There was, I'm just going to say about, so nobody correct me, 515 or so graduates. And it's always a pleasure to see the culmination of the education that our students receive at that graduation ceremony. Parents and supporters are just in a celebratory mood and very, very happy to see the successes of their students at Novi Community Schools, and it's just a great event. So we had a really enjoyable time watching our graduates receive their diplomas. Congratulations to Mr. Smith, and we had a daughter who graduated, and so that was a wonderful opportunity. And I'd also like to thank our teachers this year. Tomorrow is the last day of school. You can tell I'm not excited at all. Although I have lots of work ahead of me next week as a board member. It's just really great to see all the work that everybody's put in this year, the teachers and the students and the administrators and everybody, to have a really successful year rolling out of COVID. So I think tomorrow is going to be an awesome day. The teachers that are here tonight are shaking their heads feverishly. And congratulations to all the students as they rise to the next grade. So, Dr. Kinzer, did you have something you wanted to share?
I do. So we don't have administrative reports on the agenda this evening, so I just want to take the opportunity to congratulate Dr. Laura Carino, who is with us. Dr. Carino successfully defended her dissertation earlier this week. And is now a doctor.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
Mr. Cook?
We forgot one graduation. The Adult Transition
Yes.
Center.
NHTC.
One of the other ones that is very enjoyable to attend. The joy on the graduates' face at that event is more than we see on any of the other ones. The other ones, they want their diploma and get by us as fast as they can and get out the door. This one, enjoy everybody, every moment of the entire event. And, I'm glad we can do that for the students too. So
Yeah. This year we had one graduate, correct?
one graduate, Rick.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thanks, Paul.
Quick question, did we set a new record on the time of the,
Yes, that was the fastest graduation at Nova High School.
yes, I thought so. It was,
8 minutes.
yeah, it was really fast. And we had more students. And I think it was the timing of the readers. They were with a metronome.
They were on the point.
They were going, man.
They were brutal.
It was,
I had a line at one time. I was like sweating,
it was good. It was,
That was great.
yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you. We will move on to our consent agenda. We have 4 items on the consent agenda this evening. We have, just want to make sure I read them thoroughly. We have approval of minutes, regular meeting minutes, May 5th, 2022. Closed session minutes, May 5th, 2022. Regular meeting minutes of May 19th, 2022. Special meeting minutes of May 23rd, 2022. Approval of MHSAA field trip. Approval of MASB membership. And approval of MHSAA resolution. If I may get a recommendation. Mrs. Hood?
I move that the Novi Community Schools Board of Education approve the consent items as presented.
Do we have support?
Support.
Recommended by Mrs. Hood and supported by Mrs. Roney. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. We have 3 action items this evening. We will start with personnel report. Dr. Matthews.
Thank you, Dr. Ruskin. With the resignation of Dr. R.J. Weber, the search began for the next Assistant Superintendent of Academics for the Novi Community School District. The position was posted in April and over 60 applications were submitted. I and Dr. Kinzer reviewed all the applications and identified 6 applications to forward for HumanX District Leader Screening. After reviewing the results of that intensive screening, 4 applicants were asked to participate in a panel interview. After the panel interview, 3 applicants were sent to me for a final interview. After the final interview, several days were taken to review the applicant's record, talk with references, and make a decision. I am pleased to be able to recommend to the board Mr. Mike Giramini for the Assistant Superintendent of Academics position. Mr. Giramini is currently the principal of Royal Oak High School and has served in that role for 7 years. Previously, he worked for the Plymouth Canton Schools as a regional director responsible for a quadrant of elementary, middle, and high schools. Mr. Giramini also served as a curriculum coordinator for the Plymouth Canton Schools. He served in Plymouth Canton for 3 years. Mr. Giramini is a physics and math teacher and has taught at the International Academy in Bloomfield Hills and the South Redford School District. Mr. Giramini has the skills and experience necessary to be successful in this role. He has supervised administrators, planned professional development, coordinated the development of school improvement plans, taught in classrooms, and worked with diverse groups of students. Mr. Giramini has demonstrated an ability to improve student outcomes. Mr. Giramini will be an asset to our district and serve our district staff and community well. Dr. Kinzer, I don't know if you have any additional comments to make or not.
So I would like to say that it was a very high-quality pool of candidates. We worked diligently through our process. All of our candidates performed beautifully in our panel interviews, and it's a very difficult decision, but I'm very confident that we're getting an outstanding instructional leader.
Thank you. If I can get a recommendation, then we can open up the discussion. Mrs. Hood?
I move that the Novi Community School District Board of Education approve Mike Giramini as Assistant Superintendent of Academics beginning on July 1st, 2022.
Support.
Recommended by Mrs. Hood and supported by Mr. Mena. Do any of the board members have any specific questions or comments that they'd like to make? Mrs. Hood?
So I am grateful that Dr. Kinzer and Dr. Matthews were able to get through the 60 applicants. I am reading Mr. Giramini's resume. So academic resumes to me are always kind of an adventure. And I am impressed. He's got such a wide range of significant experiences. And I think I most appreciated in his resume the text down the right side, not part of his thing, but more thoughts in paper, right? So I offer him a warm welcome to the district.
Thank you, Mrs. Hood. Any other questions or comments?
Well,
Mrs. Murphy?
I noticed the same, kind of noted the same thing that you did, Kathy, that skills and training, he's got some development of trust and collaborative cultures and culturally responsive teaching, again with Dr. G. Marks, who has been in our district for a long time, assisting us along those lines as well. And, I really appreciated, just seeing the whole breadth of his experience. There's quite a bit there. I do know that, we do have great people in this district, so he's got some big shoes to fill. But after speaking with Dr. Matthews and his excitement of this candidate and taking our district forward, I'm certainly going to support his hire.
Thank you very much. Mr. Smith?
I'll also be supporting Mike's hire this, tonight. I would just ask, I know it's probably on everyone's radar, or I would hope that it would be on everyone's radar, that it would be great, in my opinion, if we could have promoted internally. It would have been great if we could have found maybe a more diverse candidate. But I would just ask that, the people in your chairs, and you guys are going to be gone soon, And I don't know if you already do this or if this is just common practice, but I know in my profession, you typically find more than one person and you try to put them under your wing and develop and create a mentee and serve in that capacity so that we can, perhaps in the future, promote candidates that are not only qualified and competent, but maybe look a little less like you two. So, I mean, I'm trying to be, subtle, but I just think that would help our district and the people in our administrative positions be more reflective of our district, and I don't think that would be a bad thing, but I'll definitely support Mike's hire.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Any other comments or questions? I have two quick questions. Is he Dr. Jeremini or Mr.?
He is not, Mr.
Oh, okay. I just saw doctoral studies. I wasn't sure if he had completed.
He is not completed yet.
Okay. And then, will there be an opportunity for him to be visiting the district and transitioning with the current team before
Yes.
his first day?
He is coming tomorrow to see us, and he is also going to be coming next Thursday to meet the board.
Okay.
Okay.
I just,
Wonderful.
Danielle, I love that he put reflections on here. He's got 2 reflections,
Mhm.
kind of lets you see inside. So, awesome.
I assume that's he and his family coming Thursday?
Yes, we've invited him.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Rooney. Okay, seeing no other comments, I think we are ready for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 7-0.
Can I make an after comment?
Yes, you may. I will allow such a thing.
Well, I'm just curious. I mean, obviously, he's got a last name that sounds Italian, but I haven't seen a picture or anything of him, so I don't know.
There's one on the Rowlett website.
Oh, look at you.
You're a tech wizard.
Okay.
I'm learning, baby.
Okay.
Thanks, Sheila.
Thank you. Thanks, Sheila. Okay, there you go.
We will move on to our second action item, policy updates and revision. Dr. Matthews.
Thank you, Dr. Ruskin. The Governance and Policy Committee met on March 14th, 2022, and again on April 4th to review 2 policies. Policy 3004, textbooks and other instructional materials, and Policy 8010, digital communications and social media policy. These policies have come before the board previously and have been discussed, and so you have the revised policies before you. In 3004, you see the changes that we are making. Adoption of textbooks is the new title, and some changes to the wording of the policy, and then the digital communication policy 8010. And so we would ask that the board approve these policies tonight so that we can get them in our policy book and start implementing them for the next school year.
Thank you, Dr. Matthews. Do I have a motion for recommendation?
Self-serving, but I'll move that the board, Nova Community School District Board of Education approve the policy 3004 and policy 8010 as presented.
Thank you. Do we have support?
Support.
Recommended by Mr. Smith and supported by Mr. Cook. We had this before us at our last meeting, but do we have any additional questions or comments? Mr. Cook?
More around the ARs. I mean, are they going to be updated based off of this and
Yes, they
then
will.
presented to the board for review?
Yep, we will present them for review, or someone will present them for review.
We do not approve ARs, though,
No.
right?
No.
We just review them and give feedback on them?
Correct, but are also in our operating procedures that ARs don't take place and don't take effect until 30 days after board review.
Right. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. Any other questions or comments? I see you turning your head sideways.
I was actually just trying to think does the policy, Paul, state anything about the amount of time after we approve a policy that they are, because obviously
No.
there's good, okay,
They just don't take effect until 30 days after board review.
okay. Okay.
Thank
No,
you.
no, that was my only question. And I appreciate the changes that I suggested that you made to them, so thank you for that.
Okay, do we have any other comments or questions? Seeing none, we're ready for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 7-0. We'll move on to our final action item for this evening. It is the novel purchase. Dr. Matthews.
Thank you, Dr. Ruskin. Sarah David, English Language Arts teacher and ELA department chair at Novi Middle School, is requesting that the board please review the information being submitted for a new 8th grade novel, Everything Sad is Untrue. And if you have not read the book, it's a wonderful book. So, my wife and I both have read this book. She is asking for the board to please consider the purchase for the fall of 2022 at Novi Middle School. No new novels have been purchased for the students to read as part of their curricular experience since 2005, and the department is looking to add a novel that is relevant, engaging, and appropriately challenging for our middle school students. Students were surveyed and many expressed an interest in novels that explore injustice, real-world problems, war, and survival. The novel was presented to the curriculum committee at their May 12th meeting and was recommended for board information and discussion at the May 19th meeting. It comes back tonight for approval. I know there were several questions after the last board meeting. We have tried to provide additional information to the board. Ms. David is obviously here this evening with Ms. Khalil, who is also an English Language Arts teacher at Novi Middle School. Both of them are exceptional teachers, I might add. And so we would, if you have additional questions or concerns, both of them are here to provide additional information to you. But we would hope that the board would approve this tonight so that we can get this ordered and our students can enjoy reading this and discussing it and kind of thinking about the concepts that are presented in this book starting next year.
Thank you, Dr. Matthews. If I can get a motion for the recommendation, please. Mrs. Murphy?
I will move that the board approve the novel Everything Said is Untrue for purchase for next year as presented.
Do we have support? Mrs. Hood? Recommended by Mrs. Murphy and supported by Mrs. Hood. Any specific questions for instructors? Mr. Cook?
Yeah, thank you for doing an analysis of it, where it matches up with Common Core and what we're looking at, and also for biasness and stuff. That was all I was looking for on this, and last meeting. It really, and the other thing I appreciate is you threw, I'm just trying to scroll down to it here, a list of other books that teachers had read. And I know not all of them are at the same grade level, but were they all kind of considered against this, at the same time?
Sarah and Laura,
Yeah, if you could go to the microphone, because we're broadcasting to millions, and so.
Broadcasting to tens.
Yeah, we had, once we started the discussion about potentially replacing the book, we read a lot, and then there were books that we had just recently read that we considered trying to find what seemed appropriate for, as a stretch also, because really this conversation started because we were a little bit concerned about the level of The Giver, which is the main novel that we've been reading. It doesn't seem very challenging, so we thought for a whole class novel, that's the opportunity to stretch and challenge students. So we were looking, we had ideas first of maybe finding different levels, and then we thought, well, if the idea is to challenge students, then the main goal doesn't need to be, finding novels that feel right at each level. It's let's find a challenging novel and bring everybody up to that. So we had started with novels that maybe could be appropriate for as young as 4th to 6th grade, for struggling readers, but this one really is 8th grade through probably about 11th, 12th grade. Not, in my opinion, because of maturity of content, which is a real struggle. I mean, I think you can probably respect that in 8th grade, you want students to be challenged with a lexile level and in complexity of concepts, but then quickly when you go to that, then you are getting into really mature content. And kids aren't, in 8th grade, we need to be really careful about that as well. In this book, when I read it and then the majority of our team read it, it was like, this is it. Yeah.
Yeah, like I say, I really appreciate you doing, providing this to us. And, one of my concerns was whether it was developmentally appropriate, because how 8th graders can be, and didn't want to stretch too many of them too far, and their friends are doing enough of that. So
Totally.
okay.
I agree.
We talked about that today, actually. Just like it's a good bridge into those
young adult texts, and it has like something for everyone. So when you're reading it with a student who might not be as mature, but you're reading with a student who is mature and like maybe has some of those higher level concepts, it's really, everybody's gonna get something out of it, which I really, really love about it.
And what I appreciated too is just being sensitive. I mean, out of everybody that pays attention to conversations about text and text being challenged, I hope you can believe that I'm probably, and we're probably following those conversations more closely than anyone, and we're very aware of what concerns are. And I'm not particularly interested in finding texts that would be controversial in their content, and even as far as like cuss words in texts, you know, I feel like that's something that if I'm the parent of an 8th grader, some parents would be uncomfortable with that, and other parents would be like, it's fine, they're exposed to worse, but this book is clean even in that regard, you know. So it's really amazing that for such a complex structure of a novel, and it weaves all of these different genres together, and it's stories within stories, so it's challenging in that way, but it's told through the lens of a 5th grader, kind of, and so it's a 7th grader, yeah. Sorry, and so it's the content itself is very appropriate, yeah.
Thank
Yep.
you.
Thank you for your
Thank you.
time and analysis you did, thanks.
Yeah, thanks for all of your questions and for pursuing to understand. We appreciate that. I wouldn't want you to feel, you know, compelled to vote on something that you didn't have enough information on. So I appreciate you pursuing, you know, getting the answers that you needed.
Thank you. Mrs. Murphy?
I just want to say that the one thing that struck me about the book when I read it is, although it talks about all these different groups, Muslims, Christianity, Oklahomans.
We're great people.
Yeah, it does not, there's no judgment piece to any of it. It is all just presentation of information and the person's experience as a result of some of those things. And I just really felt like it was tackled in such a nice way that it really doesn't, it's not going to make anybody who is a Christian feel uncomfortable or a Muslim feel uncomfortable, or hopefully not an Oklahoman. You read it, you're an Oklahoman. So, I mean, there's some other pieces in that book too, but I just really felt like there wasn't like a lot of stereotyping going on about things, which I've read other books and felt like it's just perpetuating a stereotype. So I really appreciate the thoughtfulness that you put into it, and I really hope that it's a great book for our students. Yeah, and the fact that they have an audiobook that goes along with it for struggling learners too, I think is, you know, that might be a fantastic
For sure.
addition too.
And for teachers driving back and forth.
Yeah, right. Not that long commute.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mrs.
Yeah.
Murphy. Does anybody else have any comments?
No.
I just want to thank you guys tonight. It's such a joy to see you up here and sharing. Your excitement is just beaming, like, which is great. I mean, it's the day before the last day of school.
That may be why they're.
That's why you're breathing, I know. But really, thank you for diving in and finding a novel to move things forward and answering specific questions that may have been asked, get all the information out there that was needed for the board to be able to make a decision. So we appreciate you.
Thanks, thank you.
Thank you.
And we are ready for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 7-0.
Danielle.
Yes.
I have a question, please. It's
Yes, please.
Nothing crazy, I promise, but not a typical Tom. I just don't know where to bring this up, and I forgot to ask you earlier. I don't think it's bad that I bring it up here. I ran into Andrea Tobis at the high school today, and I was reminded of the email that we all got about gown colors for graduation, since you brought up graduation. Is that something that I would bring up or we would discuss here? Does that go to a policy committee meeting?
I was gonna actually, because I'm not sure that it's under our purview.
Yeah, that's why I
I was gonna
wanted-
ask Steve.
Can we
That
bring
was
it up
what
tonight?
Needed to go in. Remember I said at the beginning? That was what needed
Do you
to
want
go
me
to
to-
the
Well, we
Friday
can't
update.
alter the agenda at this point, we
Oh,
have at the
okay.
beginning, but we could.
But Steve is going to address that in his Friday update tomorrow to the board.
Okay.
And then we can send
Talk
it
about it then.
wherever, if indeed it actually is our.
I just wanted to make sure it didn't go unnoticed. Okay, thank you.
We will move on to information and discussion, board meeting schedule revision. Dr.
Thank you,
Matthews.
Dr. Ruskin. On the calendar that you approved for the 2021-22 Board of Education meetings, there is a June 23rd board work session. That board work session was originally scheduled for a mid-year superintendent evaluation and conversation, and
You don't care.
you know, I frankly don't care anymore. You know, and you guys are meeting several times over the course of the next couple of weeks, and so we thought that it might be appropriate to cancel that meeting. But we would need to officially vote on that next week on the June 16th meeting, because it was voted on earlier in the year. So we bring that to your attention tonight for information and discussion, and if that's your desire, we would bring that back for action next week.
Thank you. Does anybody have any specific questions? I think we're all.
We don't think we're not going to need this for anything else.
I don't believe so.
According, and we've checked with our consultant here to find out if we're going to need
I
that.
think you guys can have that conversation with him tonight.
Oh, okay.
Right, since we're not
Okay.
voting on it tonight,
Oh,
we'll
we're
have a
not
better
voting on it.
conversation.
This is
Yeah, this is
information
just
tonight.
information
Okay.
and discussion.
Okay,
So
that would
if
be my
something comes
only
up in the
question, so
next-
I'll ask you later. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
We will move on to our next information and discussion item, which is Board Operating Procedures Manual Update and Revisions. Dr. Matthews.
Yep, and so this comes to the board, this was a request that we put the oath of office in the board operating procedures, and so this is the oath of office, and this would come in the board operating procedures, and so we just bring this to the board's attention tonight. And if that continues to be a desire of the board, we would bring this back next week so that you could vote on this, and this would be part of the oath of office. Or this would be the oath of office in the operating procedures.
Thank you. Do we have any comments, questions? If you do, you certainly can send them via Sheila or,
Yeah, send them to us, and if you do have a question, we'll send it out to the whole board with the answer that we would have.
thank you.
Okay, since it's discussion, can I discuss it?
Yes,
for a
please,
second?
yes.
I'm just curious how kind of this came up before the policy committee. Is it just random? I mean,
Mr. Cook?
could you?
I requested that it be put in our policies or procedures because that's something we all, we stand here every 6 years, everybody does, and once every 6 years, and say this.
Yeah.
And this is what we're held to and we swear to, so I just wanted it in there as a kind of reminder of this is,
Well, I think it's a great idea. I was just curious about it because it's like, I was trying to think when we originally did the policy and procedures manual, like, we had all these other samples.
Right.
And I don't really remember it being in there, but you would think that it would be.
would,
So we could set the trend, I
Because
guess.
this is a process that the board does, so it makes sense to be in the operating procedure.
Yeah. So anyways, glad you thought of it.
Thank you.
We'll set the trend and maybe everybody will follow, right?
number one district people can follow.
That's right.
Alrighty, any other questions we can send via email, and Dr. Matthews will send those out. Yes, Mr. Cook?
Point of order, this really we don't vote on what goes in the procedures manual, we have a consensus.
Consensus.
Yeah,
So you just
correct.
want- So you just
Oh,
want
so
to
we
put
won't
it
need to
in?
vote.
We're done.
Okay. So,
Right,
so
so unless there's no objection.
Unless there's no objection, then
Right.
so we'll put it,
Tom,
Miss Holly will
you are
duly
just
note that.
filled with comedy over there.
It's not me,
It was-
it's good.
Okay, so there's no, if anybody has an objection, then they should reach out to Danielle before the next
Correct.
meeting. Otherwise, it will be added before the next meeting.
Right,
Okay,
for sure.
okay.
these two can't sit across from each other.
They can't sit next to each other or across from each
I
other.
pinch him when he's over here.
All right, let's move on.
All right, committee reports. We've had 2 committees meet, and first we have Mrs. Hood as the chair of the Finance Committee.
Yes, so the Finance Committee met May 23rd, and Mr. McIntyre presented the final 2021-2022 budget and explained the variances from the original. And then he presented our original, the new 2022-2023 general fund budget. He expects a pretty healthy uplift in our per student funding. I think he had a little bit of case of rose-colored glasses, but I chose not to challenge him on that. And I shouldn't say I, it was a committee meeting. And we discussed sources of funds and expenses for the district. And then we had a presentation from Plant Moran Cressa, and it was something that they've already reviewed with the Capital Projects Committee, which proposes a supplemental bond sale in 2025 and 27 to fill some funding gaps from the 2019 bond funding, which has 3 series of bonds. One of the community members mentioned this evening funding shortfalls. So it's not a budget, the funding shortfalls in the bond program are not connected to, or what do I say, do not affect the general fund budget for the district. So they're completely separate. The funding shortfalls in the bond program are anticipated by increases in the costs of building materials and labor, with mostly with already in-flight projects like the new Meadows building. I think it's almost $4 million over our original budget. And but also some of the shortfall is driven by, some of the expected shortfall has been driven by an escalation of the plan for the activity center. So they're calling it now an enhanced activity center, and it's a pretty substantial shift in funds. And it seems like, I said it at the meeting to Mr. Van Kirk and Mr. Donnelly, that it seemed like an escalation of commitment to me. And generally, commitment bias is typically not a good thing. Chuck Linke at the University of Illinois would say, no, don't do that. And that is, a lot of people think of it as, so escalation of commitment. It's throwing good money after bad, or having your sights set on some expectation and putting too much credit on it, and then you have a shortfall in money. It happens all the time. People buy a house too big or buy a too expensive car, and then their situation changes, and they've already committed to a bias that then puts them in financial difficulty. So I think as a board, we should have more conversation about that, because it was a substantial uptick in the activity center, and it was at the expense of other things going on in the district, so technology, things like that. The Finance Committee generally isn't brought into the loop to review spending tens of millions of bond dollars, which seems odd to me, but we appreciated that conversation. And that was about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Hood. And then I think just to make mention, the plan moving forward in regards to that and bringing forward to the whole board was some visits by the committee for some visionary sessions and things like that, but we will be receiving a full bond summary report like we do coming up here in this fall, and that will give the board an opportunity to have a conversation surrounding that.
And President Ruskin, if I may, because we did speak about the Meadows project, obviously, and it's a huge project for us. And in the wake of the horrific tragedy in Texas, we got what I thought was a very thoughtful email from my parent, a community member, yesterday or today, concerned about glass walls.
It's a staff member.
Okay, glass walls in the building, and I'm hopeful that the Capital Projects Committee and architects can take that into.
We've actually addressed many of those already, and
Perfect.
so we'll update you in the weekly tomorrow on that.
Perfect, thank you.
Did you say in the fall we'll be getting a full bond update?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Right entering back into the school year when.
Okay, so those decisions haven't been written in stone, they haven't?
Not in stone.
Not till the board talked about, okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you. And next, we have a committee report from our DEI committee chair, Mrs. Murphy.
That would be me.
That would be.
I think of it as my mother-in-law, but that is me. So, yeah, we had a DEI committee meeting on May 26th. It will be our final one for the year. We are still having one curriculum meeting coming up next Thursday. And one of the members pointed out that this lovely work that was done was not included And that will be included in the minutes from the committee meeting, which I've been delayed in writing up. But I will get to that this week. So I just want to talk briefly about some of the things that we discussed was the engagement of our stakeholders and how we go about doing that. There was some discussion about liaisons and also if George Sippel's watching out there, you're going to be getting these minutes too, because we're going to try and utilize some of your services to get the word out by exploring some other platforms and social media and so forth to continue to maybe reach those pockets of our community that are less apt to maybe come and attend or maybe don't feel as comfortable, whether it's English, as second language people or whatever. We talked about the temple being a great place to kind of reach out to people, whether or not we go there or have copies of surveys that we're doing as a district available somehow to that. Also, the Japanese school having the surveys be available in those languages. So we had a great discussion. We also talked about using Zoom because that might be less intimidating for people to participate from their own home. So if we're having some discussions that we really want to make sure that we're including multiple people, maybe that's even our next DEI meeting, I don't know, doing a Zoom to see if we get greater participation, to see if there's, but really that's going to mean getting the word out then to those populations too. So there was a kind of a multifaceted discussion about that. And then we got an update on our school library audit of books. And this kind of overlaps with curriculum a bit, but because we had it available, we had a really great discussion. And thank you to all our media center people that took the time to give us all this information about the number of books in our collection, the number that have diversity, the number that has social emotional learning. So we've got the numbers. Now, part of the questions are, what's the goal? And how do we make, what percentages are recommended for students and that kind of thing. So really looking at that and getting some more information about that. And then I know Dr. Ruskin asked a question about the utilization of items, which we also have should have some idea of books getting checked out and whatnot, and trying to figure that out. So those were parts of the discussion. I'm trying to think if there was anything. Is there anything I missed?
No, I think a lot of it circled around two things. Specifically was reaching out as almost like a formal invitation to our diverse groups and the ones you mentioned. And there was also conversations surrounding reaching out directly to Passon and making sure that people felt included and wanted to come and partake. Specifically, we were referring to the superintendent interview process, and not just sending out an email and expecting that people will come. One, it's summer. Two, people feel like, oh, well, that's for people who make decisions, and that doesn't speak to me. And getting out there and really making a concerted effort to almost send and to reach out for an invite to make sure the leaders of those different groups are reaching out to the people that they lead and communicate with on a regular basis to make sure that they come in the next couple of weeks as we go through that process. I think that's kind of really where we dove in.
One other thing that came up, and so you're going to hear from me for policy and governance, I'm going to give you more work to do, but perhaps is talking about adding a little bit of dialogue in one of our policies that talks about, not discrimination and whatnot, just about our commitment to, involving people kind of thing. So I haven't sat down and roughed out some language, but I'll do that for you. And then I'll send it to you for your first meeting next year to consider just a little addition in one of our policies that will, just kind of highlight the board's desire in our policy, since we're a policymaking body, of really including everyone. So.
All yours.
It was a good meeting. Thank you.
Yeah, it was a good meeting.
For sharing.
And I appreciated we had a nice dialogue with the people that were there. We were running over to the honors night, I think, that night, so we didn't have we had sufficient time, but we probably could have sat there longer and talked more. So.
Right. Okay, thank you. And once those minutes are put out there, then they get put on the website. Is that correct?
Yeah, they get put in
minutes. No.
The committee minutes are underneath the board. The committee minutes aren't?
Okay, I thought we had talked about that moving forward.
We do
Sorry,
not.
Sheila, to put you on the
Yeah.
spot. I figured you can help us.
That's okay. We do not usually post committee meeting minutes, only the agenda. However, that presentation is under the curriculum committee meeting. RJ had asked me to post it along with the agenda, and I did.
Okay. Okay, so it's under the curriculum committee meeting?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good job. Okay, even though this was the DEI meeting? Okay, okay, well, so it is, well, it came up in that initially, so that makes sense. I did not realize that our committee meeting minutes were never posted.
They haven't been.
Okay, well, I mean, that's fine, that's fine. I know that I tried to access them once and I couldn't find them, and that makes sense now. That's why I couldn't find them. Okay.
Okay, well, thank you, and thank you for leading that group. We will now be moving to closed session for the purpose of section 8.2F to review the contents of application. So if I may get a motion from the board members to move into closed session?
So moved.
Support.
Recommended by Mr. Cook and supported by Mr. Smith. All in favor, say.
Roll call vote.
Oh, roll call vote.
Mr. Cook?
Yes.
Mrs. Hood?
Yes.
Mr. Mena?
Yes.
Mrs. Murphy, yes. Mrs. Roning?
Yes.
Dr. Ruskin?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
All right.
Motion passes 7-0, and as you can see on the agenda, we will be returning from closed session after we meet to put forward our board selection of candidates. So, thank you.
Steve, can you hang around till we're
Thank you. We are out of closed session, and we are going to have Mr. Silveri facilitate the next portion of our meeting.
So as discussed, what will happen now is you've had the chance, the board has had the chance to review application materials, and see everybody who's applied, and consider who it is that you would like to include in first round interviews. So each of you will have the opportunity to state which of the candidates that you would like to invite, and I'll tally that, and we'll see where there is consensus. We're using letter designations for now because until you have selected the candidates by a vote, the identity of the candidates needs to remain anonymous. So I don't know if you have any typical order, Dr. Ruskin?
We can just go around the table.
Put me first in the firing squad.
Mrs. Roney will go first.
Is that okay with you, Ms.?
Perfectly fine. I choose candidate A, candidate C, candidate D, and candidate F.
Thank you.
I choose candidate A, candidate B, candidate D, and candidate E.
Thank you.
Okay, me?
This is perfect.
I choose candidate A, B, C, E, F, and H.
I choose candidate B, D as in dog, E, G, H, and I.
I'm looking at candidate A, C, D, F, G, and H.
I am A, C, E, and F.
Okay.
And I am A, C, D, and F.
Okay. So 5 of you named candidate A, 4 named candidate C, 4 named candidate D, 4 named candidate F, and then 3 of you named candidate E, 2 named B, 2 named H, or excuse me, 3 named H. Oh, let me go back. I misspoke. 6 of you named candidate A. 5 of you named candidate C. 5 named D. 5 named F. And then 4 of you named candidate E. 3 named candidate B. 3 named candidate H. 2 named candidate G, and 1 I.
So can I repeat that back to you then, just so I have it?
Yes, please.
So candidate A received 6 votes as the number 1 vote.
Yes.
There were 3 that received 5 votes, which were C, D, and F.
Yes.
And 1 earned 4 votes, which was E.
Correct.
So there were 5 candidates that received a majority.
That's correct.
And then we have 2 candidates that received 3 votes.
That's correct. Candidates B and H. So those that received 4 or more, candidates A, C, D, E, and F.
Then at least we've agreed on 5, so there's a consensus on 5.
Yes. So if someone would like to.
I'd make a motion that we would extended first round interview to candidates A, C, D, E, and F.
Do we need a support?
Yes, we need a support.
We need a support on that. Oh, I'll support that. Okay. And then we can open it up for discussion, correct? Okay. Can you, again, I'm so sorry.
That's
There's just
okay.
a lot of letters being thrown around here. Can you also give us the letters of the people, the two people who had 3 votes?
That was candidate B and candidate H.
Okay, and what are the other ones? I'm sorry, with Tom's motion, it's late.
I move for A, C, D, E, and F.
Okay, thank you.
And I believe the question on the floor is, do we want to talk about the 2 that received 3 because they were obviously 1 away from being included in the motion?
Correct.
Okay.
And so could we, I'm just asking, you can say, no, that's not a good idea, do this, do that, since we didn't have any debate in there at all. Could we look at those 2 candidates that received 3 and go around the room, and if someone feels that they would like to select one of the 2 and tally that up, and certainly if they're not prepared to support either of them to be interviewed, they would just pass.
I think I'm allowed to go one step further and say I supported candidate B, I was one of the 3. I put a lot of thought and consideration into John and his team putting that particular candidate in Group A, and I didn't take that lightly, so I thought that would be a person that would be at least a person, to use Danielle's words, I'd like to learn a little bit more about.
Can you explain that again? I don't understand what you said.
Well,
You
we
said
had 3 candidates in Group A.
Right,
This was a candidate from Group A,
right.
but it was the only candidate from Group A that did not receive at least 4 votes. I voted for candidate B, and that would be the one I would, if we're trying if we're open or willing, since we've allocated for 6 slots, we have 5, that would be the other candidate from Group A that I think might warrant a second look, or a first look, I should say.
I mean, I also thought candidate B looked like a promising candidate, given the experience and some of the information that John shared. You know, this person's educational background, personal educational background, as well as the positions she's held and the longevity of those positions. It makes sense to me that she might be. That's okay for me to say, right?
Yes.
Okay. Someone that we might want to find out more information about and do a first interview with.
I had both B and H, which both received 3, but I would certainly be willing to narrow that down, just to make it easier, if indeed there was consensus from the board on either of those candidates.
I didn't have B, but I did have H, and, you know, I'd be willing, I was kind of fence with B, and I don't have an issue with, you know, we've kind of allotted time for 6 people, and if we want to bring B in, I'd be more than willing to add that person to the roles and interview them and learn more about them.
Yeah, I think I'm in the same boat. I didn't include B my first time, but I would certainly support B to interview in the first round.
Mr. Mena? I
So
don't
we
think you
would
have to
have
say
to-
anything.
Are you forcing me to say something?
No, that's what I mean. No, I'm not forcing you to say something, like, unless you feel
But you're looking
strongly.
for an amended motion,
Correct.
so,
Mr.
Do
Cook?
we have to act on the first, you know?
no, you can now amend the motion, right?
Okay.
You can make a motion to add.
So I would
think
move
B
that.
to-
I'd make a motion to it.
You can't, because you
You
made the
made the
motion.
I can't do the
first motion.
amendment.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will move to add candidate B to the list of candidates that we're.
Support.
Support, okay.
For
So
now.
that was recommended by Mr. Cook and supported by Mr. Mena, and we will only be voting on the amendment,
All right.
correct? And then if that is supported, then we go back to the primary motion. Am I correct?
Which is
Okay.
primary plus the amendment.
Correct. Yeah. So, do we wanna, do we have to?
Well,
we
just-
don't-
I mean, H had 3, does anybody want to go for?
Well, I think the discussion was to try to keep it at 6, right? And I think what trustee Ruskin said was I think a few board members who had both of them were leaning up to B. So in order to keep it to 6, we decided that we would add B. I think that's the motion.
I'll throw this out there just so that you can consider, if you were to go with 7 candidates, the way you could handle that is you have a 4th night scheduled just to come back and express who it is that you'd like to select, right, as finalists. What you could do is you can conduct 1 interview on that 4th night, come into that night with an idea among the first 6 candidates. If we were to choose finalists from this group, who would we choose, right? And personally, kind of, who would you choose to advance? And then your decision would be limited on the last night after hearing from the last candidate. Has this candidate impressed enough that this candidate would either displace one of the people I was initially thinking about or add to it or whatever the case might be? You'd have to take a break after the first interview because you're going to have additional feedback you're going to have to look at from your stakeholders, maybe additional materials that the candidate would have given you, and then after taking a break to do that, come back and select the finalist. I'm not advising it, I'm just telling you that if you were going to go down that path, that would be the way I would advise that you do it.
There's some recency bias in that, potentially.
Could be.
Can I say something?
Yes, please.
I had candidate H in there primarily because they come from a very diverse community, much like ours. And, you know, that's one thing I kind of value in all this is the diversity that they're dealing with and what we're dealing with. So that's why I had H in my list, one of the reasons why. You know, the others that, you know, they built up their expertise in typical ways and, you know, I just felt that would be a, you know, somebody I'd like to learn more about and his potential for this district, so.
I would agree.
I had H also. I was the other H person. And I had the same assessment. I guess I wasn't pushing as hard because I don't know, after looking over some of the qualifications of the other candidates, just wondered how much, like I didn't see a lot of financial and that piece of it. And I don't know how that important it is to people. I still put her down here for those reasons, but felt
I would just say this, I would hate for you not to include somebody just to hit an arbitrary number. Right? If
I
there-
agree.
if
That's
there-
why I wanted to say
If there are
something
people
about
that you
this.
really feel like you should include that, you know, potentially could be the right person, but you need to hear from them. That's all you're deciding on, right? Just deciding among people who you think bring enough to the table that perhaps this could be the right person. Now you're gonna hear from them, learn more about them, and see where that takes us. You know, again, it's not advisable ever to draw a line somewhere strictly because you wanna hit a particular number. What you want to do is include all of the individuals who you really believe you're interested enough in and have enough potential there that could be the right person for you, whatever that number might be.
Can you amend your motion?
No, he can't amend a motion.
We can have another motion, you
Right.
know, another amended motion, so I move that we add H to the list as well.
Do we have support?
I'll support.
Okay.
Okay.
And so now the motion
It's for H.
is for H.
Amend it for H.
And then we can vote for B, and then we can vote for the
The
entire
whole-
list, right?
Okay, that sounds great. So, we don't need to do a roll call vote, correct? So all in favor of adding, the amendment of adding H, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries. All in favor of B, the amended motion with adding B, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. And then now, if you can read
Yes.
the full motion.
So now the motion would be to invite to interview candidates A, B, C, D, E, F, and H.
That's what I got. A,
A, B, C, D, E, F, H.
Yep, so,
Is there a way, instead of doing it right before that meeting, I mean, not right before, earlier, I mean, is it too much to tack on 3 in a night?
We can, how about this?
I'd agree with Mary Ann.
Let's-
We could do that.
Wednesday, we're starting earlier.
Let's do this. I would suggest you go ahead and vote on the motion, and then let's just talk about what our options and the best way to pull this off. To go with 7.
That's fair. Okay, so all in favor of the motion with the 7 candidates, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
We have to, hold on a second.
Yeah.
4.
Did we have a motion and a second on that?
Yeah,
Yeah,
We did- Okay.
yeah. Kathy seconded that motion.
Yes,
7-0.
Okay.
So that's aye.
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 We're all aye, 7-0.
Okay, I just want to say thank you for being here so late,
Yeah.
Sheila, because I'm trying
A
to
lot
keep
of
track
people.
of all these motions and stuff, and I'm guessing you've got it, okay.
Well, I think we
Thankful
all
for you.
agree on the 7 pretty clearly. So
I'd agree, she was on my list,
Yeah.
it doesn't
So,
hurt
that's
to,
fine.
you know,
Candidate was on.
it's just time,
So,
right?
Well, it's
well,
nice.
no, they've already said that, it's 6
The
times.
motion is passed, and
So-
so are we comfortable with John
I'll go ahead
reading
and-
the names,
I'll
correct?
share those names, and then we can talk about best way to amend the schedule to get all 7 in. So,
And you're not gonna read them in any particular order, right?
nope. Candidates include Jazz Parks, who is Assistant Superintendent for School Leadership in Ann Arbor Public Schools. Christopher Himsel, Superintendent of Northwest Allen County Schools in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Carol Diglio, Assistant Superintendent, Oak Park School District. John Bernia, Chief Academic Officer, Warren Consolidated Schools. Benjamin Meinka, Superintendent, Swartz Creek Community Schools. Lori Haven, Superintendent, Perry Public Schools. And Jim Craycraft, Superintendent, Clinton Community Schools. Those are the 7 individuals you've been invited to interview. So I will be contacting those 7 and extending that invitation and getting them scheduled. So let's talk quickly about the preference that was expressed is could we do 3 interviews one night so that that 4th night is just reserved for decision? If you folks would prefer that, absolutely, we could do that. It would make for a long night on Wednesday, but certainly it could be done.
And Wednesday is the night that we're starting a
That's
little
the
bit
night we start
earlier.
earlier, so that would help.
Okay.
So we're starting, I think it's 7 the other nights, correct?
Right, yes,
And that night we're starting at 6.
yes. And they're
7
up-
Monday and Tuesday, 6 Wednesday, 7 Thursday.
Interviews are up to 90 minutes, but the candidates don't always take the full 90, so typically I'll ask the second candidate, and on Wednesday it would be the second and third. I give them an approximate time that they would start, which would be 100 minutes after the start of the first one. So 90 minutes for the interview, 10 for a break for you, and then we'd start up again. But I would let them know that they should get here considerably earlier, because if you wrap up the first one earlier, you'll take a break and you want to be ready to jump right into the next one. So that's the approach that we'll take.
Okay.
Right? Okay, if no other questions about that, the other thing we need to discuss, a couple of other things, but what we need to discuss certainly is first round interviews, and specifically, you have questions to choose from, and you need to identify which of those you would like to use in the first round. So we're not going to read the questions out loud, we're going to identify them by number.
Are you gonna go around again like you just did?
No, I think if you're okay with it, we can just kind of toss out what you're interested in and look around and see if there's consensus. We don't need to be overly formal with this part of it.
Okay.
So there's the 4 opening questions. I'm recommending you keep number 1. So the other 3, you'd want to keep 2 of those.
I like 2 and 3.
Me too.
Also,
Yep.
So 1, 2, and 3, any objection?
I like 4. I like 4 also.
We could go, if we don't do it too often, you could pick 4 in a couple of categories. Let's kind of tentatively keep 4.
Okay.
Let's see if we get luckier in district relations. We're going to try to aim for 3.
Yep.
I like 1, 3, and 4.
I like 1, 3, and 5.
I had 1, 3, and 5.
So did I.
Or more support for 1, 3, and 5. We haven't heard from everybody.
Yeah, I'm fine with 1, 3, and 5.
Live with that, 1, 3, and 5?
I'm fine with that.
Okay. Next category.
1, 3, and 4.
I just had 1 and 3.
I did too.
I had 3, 4, and 5, so sounds like 3 and 4.
Can you live with 1, 3, and 4?
I can live with that.
No objection, 1, 3, and 4. All right, next.
I have 2, 4, and 5.
Me too.
I have 4 and 5 for sure. I picked 1, but I can live with 2, 4, and 5. I definitely have 4 and 5.
I can live with that too.
2, 4, and 5 we can live with.
2, 4, and 5. Yeah, I have 4 and 5. Yep.
Okay. All right, next one.
I had 1, 2, and 5.
Me too.
That's weird.
I have 3. I have 1, 3, and 5. You know, it's that career-focused opportunities. Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Bad me.
I had 1, 4, and 6. But I'm not married to them. I would.
Yeah, I have 1 and 6.
No, you're married to Aaron.
I like 1, 3, and 5.
So 1 and 5 for sure.
And then maybe 3 if we have
I like
1, we can add another category too.
Well, I'm hearing a lot of support for 1, 3, and 5. There was some support for a
2.
couple of others, 2, maybe
We had
10.
2.
Tentatively, we can include 2 and see
I
if.
also like 6, but
I like 6 too. I just didn't add it. But
Well, I'll tell you what.
definitely 1, right, guys?
Yes.
More
So
questions
definitely
in that
1.
category is not a bad thing of all categories, so I'm gonna actually circle 6 right now. If we only pick 3 from the next 2, we're at 24, and we can live with that.
So it'd be 1, 3, 5, and 6.
I've got 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6.
Yeah.
2, 3.
That's an important, you're right, John. It's an important category.
Exactly, yep. Okay, can we limit it to 3 in the next one? What do we think?
Finances, I had 1, 4, and 5. Oh,
It's
sorry.
okay.
Well, I can, that's just a category.
I have 1 and 4, and I have 2.
So 1 and 4.
I had 1, 4, and 5 as well.
I thought a lot of the experience was described in their applications.
Yeah, something of it was, yeah.
I actually only had 2, 1 and 3. So
I only had 2, but it was 1 and 2.
Well, number 1 for sure. There's some support for 2.
What do you think, Ms. Treasurer?
4.
Yeah, treasurer.
I like 1 and 4.
So there's quite a bit of support for those 2. What about the third one?
I had number 5, you guys, just because of what we're kind of in the middle of.
I saw a lot of that, though, was already listed.
Yeah,
throughout
a lot of
their-
it was listed
In their
in there.
information already, so it seemed redundant to me, but.
So you prefer to go with 2?
I would, but that's, I'm not married to it either. I just saw, like, throughout their,
Gotcha.
the applications, there was quite a
Oh, it's
bit.
already there.
Yeah, it was already, that
I just want
information was already there.
I just don't know.
I like 2, because it really is tied in superintendent's evaluation.
Yeah, that's true.
But would that second to the last word be there or are? Because that's the hard part. How would they know?
No, they,
Our, to me,
Yeah, our.
it means collectively, the superintendent and the board, your entire leadership team.
Yeah.
Okay, then that's fine.
So 1, 2, and 4?
Yeah.
That's fine.
All right, one more, staff and personnel.
Oh, that's a good idea. I got 1 and 3.
1 and 3?
I do too.
I like 5 a lot.
I had 1 and 5. I don't know if I'd believe how they'd answer number 3.
Yeah,
Well, we're
but it's
gonna
good.
meet some of them,
It's-
so.
It is an interesting question. You get some crazy answers on that one.
Right.
So I think that's a good one.
But I do like 1 and 5.
So we okay with 1, 3, and 5?
Yeah. I am.
Sure.
I don't think we need 3.
I don't think we need 3.
You don't?
No, because no
Gary?
staff member is gonna tell you.
Oh, yeah.
You could only pick 2 from that category. if
'Cause we
there's
got
really
4
only
or
2 you
5.
like. Yeah, that's fine.
Well, we definitely liked 1 and 5.
That's what I'm hearing.
Yep.
If you're not big fans of any of the others, that's okay.
So we're gonna scratch 3?
That's
Yeah.
fine.
All right.
Okay,
So,
not too painful. So here's another question. Feedback. People who are watching the interviews, we want to collect feedback from them. We have 3 basic questions that we ask. I won't get into them now. The only question really is, so we'll need to provide a link for those who are watching virtually to be able to provide that feedback. The question for those who are, is for those who are present, do we want to provide them a paper form? Or the option would be, we can give them a QR code so that all of the feedback you get from the interviews is all coming in the same way, and you can, I'm seeing some heads shaking
Well, I
yes.
think that's great, but I think we should have a paper provided in case there's older people here that maybe don't use technology very well.
If I'm an older person, I'm quite offended by that.
I'm
No,
sorry.
kidding.
Yeah.
Or someone that forgot their phone, or their battery's dead.
Oh, that's a good point, that's a great point, we can
Okay.
do that, we can certainly do that, but, so we'll have both, we'll have a QR code and a paper form for those who are present.
Yeah, we can just let people know that if they do not have the ability to use the QR code, that there's a paper form that we've provided. That'll make it easier for Mrs. Holly too, to give us all the feedback in a concise way as
Okay,
well.
so I'm gonna get through, there's a little bit more yet to talk about, I'll go as quick as I can.
Oh my gosh.
Second round interviews, you just need to be thinking ahead, because they'll start a week from Monday, this is going quickly, right? So it's gonna be a really short turnaround time after finishing the first round on Thursday to submit questions for that. I'm gonna be asking each of you to be ready to submit, and you can do this via email. Each of you submit 3 to 5 questions that you have interest in asking in the second round. You can go from the additional bank of questions you have in your folder, from the feedback you get from stakeholders, they may have some questions that you think are worthwhile. You may have just questions of your own, more specific to the district, or just based on things you're still wondering about after round 1. But if each of you submit 3 to 5, I would end up assigning to each of you 2 to 3. Trust me enough to pick which 2 to 3, because I'll have to do it quickly.
when do you want those by?
So I would need those, we're gonna finish up next week Thursday, and I would wanna get those from you, I would say no later than Saturday.
Which is, what's the date?
Up next week.
Yeah, a week from, this Saturday.
This coming Saturday.
No, this is, we're talking, I'm sorry, it's
18th.
confusing.
It's the 18th.
Is that the 18th?
Yes.
We're talking now after.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, and then the other thing that I'll need to get from you, but we'll talk about this on the Thursday night when you're making your decision on finalists, you'll do that first. We can do this out in the open, because I'm gonna have to tell the candidates, you need to give me a presentation topic, because remember, we're gonna ask the candidates to start with a 15 to 20-minute presentation.
Yeah.
You're gonna pick the topic, but start thinking about what you might wanna ask now. On Thursday night, we'll just have open dialogue, and we'll see what we settle on. And then when
And
I
it's a
contact.
20-minute presentation?
Yep, up to 20. When I call the candidates that night to tell them that they've advanced, I will then share that topic with them so they can, because they'll have a very short time to get that ready.
Would you do us a favor?
Graduation speech?
Would you do us a favor and email us tomorrow with just an updated schedule?
Yes,
ones that
I
are
think that's a
that we
great
consider, you
suggestion.
have to take a-
That's a great suggestion.
Yeah.
Yes.
To give it back to him.
Oh,
I don't know if you all heard that, I'm gonna tomorrow email you just kind of a summary of all this so that it's all.
Plus the dates when
Thank
you
you.
want the questions. Just a total timeline of meetings, when you want stuff from
so we
us.
definitely did eight.
Just
That's
update
fair.
it up front, okay? Because we're tired now and
I got you.
trying to.
What I'll do tomorrow then too, we won't even talk about it tonight. We've roughed out a stakeholder question and answer group schedule for the week of finals too. I'll email that to you, just so you see it, and you can give me feedback that you might have, but I'll do it that way.
The timeline will include all that stuff.
Yes, it will.
Everything.
I'll include everything that we just got through
Everything.
talking about. The only other thing that we didn't talk about, and maybe now's not the time, but you have to decide quickly, is the potential of adding the personality inventory for Julians and associates.
We
Oh,
don't keep the summary either.
we thought about the Human X piece, right? Didn't we get an
We
email
can't
about?
keep that.
It's okay, I don't want to, I'm not
Did you take
pushing
out
it.
the ones you're keeping, or did you?
I'm taking out the ones that we're not going to interview. He has to take those
Right.
back.
Oh, so we keep the
But
binder?
in the meantime,
Yes.
I did it.
In the
listen
meantime,
to John about his.
Yes, I am. I'm
personality,
listening to John.
personality inventory,
Yeah.
we have a Human X screener that does some of that already, that we could
We can
potentially.
utilize that, no extra charge.
Right.
I'm fine with that, I'm not trying to push Buellings.
I think there is a charge for it.
I don't think it's that big, but you
No,
know.
I don't think it's that big, but there is a charge.
But it would be consistent with what the screener we use for our.
I'm not
employees.
interested, just so you know, I'm not interested in using HumanX or any of those.
No.
For these.
You would know, Marion?
I
I'm a
know.
strong
I'm
no.
not interested.
And no personality inventory then either?
It's okay.
No,
Not based on what I know now.
if it were from a typical neuropsych evaluation, but from the description, it's based off of.
Okay, that's fine, all right.
John, does this go back to you, the summary?
It does,
Yes.
I'm collecting that too. So that's all I got.
So. you
Any
should
questions
have-
for me, is I'll send you a summary tomorrow. I need your spreadsheet back,
And
and then I need the application materials for the candidates that you will not be
one,
interviewing.
I'm gonna make sure I have the ones.
three
How many
candidates?
should you be getting back?
Oh,
I'm gonna count right
God.
now, one,
Whatever, that's okay, Marion, we did it
I
right.
just
two,
wanna make
three,
sure I
four,
did it right.
five, six, seven.
If we screw up and gave you the wrong ones, you'll let us know, right?
Well, you're gonna need the ones.
No, it's just
that-
four, I'm sorry.
Yeah, four, that's what I'm saying.
It's not that many.
Just four.
So
Okay,
one,
go for right.
Most
Two.
people are doing 7.
3, 4, and then this.
Good.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Hold on, don't go
tell you
anywhere,
when
we need
we're
a,
done.
motion to adjourn.
I make a motion to adjourn.
Okay, do we have
Support.
support? Recommended by Mrs. Roney and supported by Mr. Smith. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?